I've walked the south streets, wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my land, or else I'll rain along the cloud. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a hilltop castle, to a room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. And take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a state of mind where kings are pouring paupers rich. Take away my trembling fingers, or take away that faithful edge. It's
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Yeah.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your troubles and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Honey, what you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your long dark hair? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Honey, what you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your 200 IQ? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time.
I walked up to a mountain, followed a bird up there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. And I woke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you in worry. Sticks around.
Morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the 2026 Estevan 4-H Regional Show and Sale. I'll be your announcer today. My name is Wes Mack. At this time, I'd like to call all 4-H members to the ring, please, and we'll recite the pledge and have a quick group photo before we start the activities for the day. So all 4-H members to the ring, please.
It's a little funny, and I thought for sure that she was mine. But now I'm just trying to get it right.
This team grooming competition, the judge will be judging the members on their team effort, on knowledge of the products they're using, their use of the products, and the presentation of the animals. So this is just a glimpse of what goes on before they show their calf. I guess time management is a real big part in showing cattle. So these kids got 20 minutes to get it done and be ready for the rings. So this time, let me introduce our teams. On this end, we have the Crossroads Club, represented by Brooke Tanner, Hannah Tanner, and Aiden Tanner. The second chute is the Browning Club, Daniel Sinclair, Peyton Van de Woestijn, and Caleb Van de Woestijn. The third chute, the Red Steer, we have the Steelman Club. That's Rhett Wheeler, Peyton Adderley, and Rowan Shire. The Silver Heifer is the Benson Beef Club. We got Abigail Jutras, Lexus Eagle-Gansberger, and Cale Hillstrom. And finally, in the far end, we have the Otra Madigan Club, Clara Sinclair, Reese Erdman, and Montana Cernick. These kids have advanced to the regional final on their efforts throughout their achievement day. They won the junior, intermediate, and senior divisions in grooming. Then they form a team, and that's what you see here today. So good luck to all you guys.
Down to the ocean, you call it Elmore, and we'd lay out in the sand. And if the sun was shining, I'd cover you in lotion. Talk about the fine things and forget the second hand. Oh Maria, dance a little closer. Close your eyes and don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on Las Mañanitas, sweet Maria. If I had a plane, we'd fly to Costa Rica, land atop a mountain, and look down on the world. And I'd learn to speak Spanish, we'd call me to Rica, and everything would vanish that we didn't want in our world. Oh, Maria, dance a little closer. Close your eyes and don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on Figueroa. Just listen to Carmelita sing Las Mañanitas, sweet Maria. If I wasn't me, I wouldn't blow my money on cocaine mariachi. We could do all that kind of stuff, and maybe I'd never worry that you weren't gonna love me. That I'd wake up and find.
We'd also like to welcome here today, to the left of the sound booth, we have DLMS. If you're not familiar with DLMS, Direct Livestock Marketing Services. So your show here today and the sale tonight will be live on the internet around the world. So be on your best behavior. We welcome DLMS here to our show here today, and For those of you who can't be here for the auction tonight or have made arrangements with DLMS, we appreciate your business, and again, welcome DLMS.
Hardest thing that lovers do, knowing when to win and when to lose. I won't watch you drive away. I've never been one for standing in the rain. I'll go back in and lie to myself, pretend I'm better off with someone else. If this is love that we have both been fighting for.
Remember, awards presentation is tonight at 4 o'clock, followed by the sale at 6 p.m., conducted by Mac Auction Services. This might be a good time to recognize some of our award sponsors and donations. Thank you for your continued generosity. Nelson Motors and Equipment, thank you for the breakfast this morning, guys. The Estevan Rotary Club, District 5550, Grimes Sales and Service, Glenn and Sherilyn Gress, Chapman Feed and Ag Supply, Western Prime Meat Processors, A&D Trucking, Rodney and Mona Ducart, Mac Auction, Raymond LaFrance Memorial, the Estevan Exhibition Association, Prairie Mud Services, Apex Distributors, Affinity Credit Union, TD Agricultural Services, Farm Credit Canada, T4 Land and Cattle Limited, Black Powder Cattle Company, K&A Short Creek Ranch, Manti's Diamond M Ranch, Diamond F's Ranch, Terry and Tammy Cernick, MNP LLP, Seaver, Fonstead and Erdman, Signal Direct Communications, Hemphill Project Management Limited, Candiac Livestock Market, Vandy Cattle, Wheatland Cattle Company, Southern Plains Co-op, The Floor Store, Beck Farms, Openshaw Farms, Dieter and Marlene Rooks, UFA Estevan, Dunright Glass, DLMS, Goliath Disposal, JJ Trucking Limited. Thank you to all our sponsors and donators. Thank you very much. You have about 8 minutes left. 8 minutes. Again, our judge is Katie Sarenko from Maymont, Saskatchewan. This is just kind of a fun fact. In the early 1970s, me and Cease Manti and Lyle Hockness traveled to Lloydminster, Saskatchewan for a grooming and fitting 1-week course, and our instructor was Mr. Ted Sarenko, which was Katie's grandpa. Ted was and still is one of the most respected cattlemen in the business, and I just have a lot of respect for Ted to this day, and glad to have Katie here. Five minutes left. 5 minutes left. Here, 3-minute warning. You got 3 minutes. 30 seconds left, 30 seconds. That's time, guys. This might be a good time to introduce our ringmen for the day. Thank you for coming, you guys. Bryler Franken, Declan Allum, and Bryn Chapman. Thanks for your help, you guys. Here's Judge Katie Sarek with her comments.
Well, it's a beautiful day to be here. It's nice to see that we're able to show outside in this beautiful ring, and that the water left us alone for what's shaping up to be a pretty good day. From end to end here in this class, I think we have an extremely talented group of kids. No matter their team or their age bracket, I think they really outdone themselves here. And this red calf, this team really, I think, is a standout in this class. I'll be the first to say they probably had the most hair to work with, and probably the best hair in the class. But that being said, if you have an overabundance of hair, it can still get to be a mess in a hurry if you don't know what you're doing. But this team clearly did. I think they did the most natural job with the hair that they were given. They used the most appropriate amount of product considering the hair, and they were able to create a really, really good shape on this animal that did give them so much to work with. Really, really outstanding job here. Now that's contrasted by our team in second. They probably had the most difficult hair to work with in the class. When you have a steer that doesn't have an overabundance of hair, and the hair that he does have has a pretty wicked curl in it, it can get to be a daunting task. But I really want to commend this team for the job that they did here. I think the difference in this steer from when he first walked into the class from when he first walked out is pretty huge. And to the people pulling the legs, again, this is some hair that has some wicked curl in it. So I really appreciate the amount of product that was used, the technique to work with the curl that they were given, and the shape that they were able to create is pretty outstanding. Towards the end, when we started to put the oil in the calf, I think is what puts us down into second. I know it can be tough when we're spraying outside and the wind starts to take it away. We maybe got a touch heavy with the oil, and considering that this steer doesn't have as much hair, it maybe just got a touch greasy there at the end. But again, that's really picking on a team that really outdid themselves here in this class. Now the white calf we have in third, again, really good job from this team. I really like the shape they were able to create on the legs, that they knew where they wanted the lines on both the front and back legs. And I saw that they were using the dog brush style to create those fins, and that can be a really good technique to build it. What I would caution against is pulling the leg and then using the dog brush to create the big fins on the back, just because that can almost create an effect where you have three lines, where you pulled the front fin, a line up the middle of the animal's leg, and then the back fin. I would just try to blend what you're doing, maybe just a touch more naturally, just to avoid creating the stark line on the calf. And at the end, I would maybe, I don't want to say you want to put a ton of time into working body hair, but just a quick comb over the animal would definitely set this one apart. But again, really like that the shape that they were able to create on this animal, and the appropriate amount of glue that was used. Now the team we have coming next, again, really good teamwork between everybody. Really like the techniques that were used. We maybe got a touch heavy with product in some areas, and that maybe created a bit of an unnatural effect in places. When we work this glue, and I would say that as advice to everybody in general, it's not that glue dries super quickly, but as soon as we spray that glue, we want to be ready with our comb right away to be able to work that hair to where we want it. We don't want to spray the glue, set the can down, try to find our comb, try to remember where we sprayed the glue, just because in that amount of time it can dry down, and then as we try to work hair that's already dried, it can start to gum up just a little bit. So you want to be maybe, and as a whole, we maybe just want to be a touch quicker with how fast we are in placing that hair that we just sprayed. But again, really good job from this team. Really like the way that the front legs were pulled on this animal from the junior member, and really good teamwork and communication from everybody, and everybody on this team was super encouraging. So it's nice to see that the results were that good to pay off. Now the team we have at the end, I think they had probably a decent amount of hair to work with here. Really like the job that was done on the front legs, that the lines were created and fins were built. On the back legs is where we maybe got just a touch heavy with product in some places. There's maybe some areas on this hair where it gummed up just a touch, and maybe the fins were and lines on the back legs were maybe lost just a touch in the process. I would maybe encourage just a little less product being sprayed, and maybe just a touch more combing on this animal. But again, really good job. And as a whole, really good job from all these members out here in the ring. I think they all display some extremely good techniques and created such a professional result at the end.
Thank you, Katie. The placings in team grooming. First place, Steelman Club. That's Rhett Wheeler, Peyton Natterley, and Rowan Shire. Second place goes to Browning, Daniel Sinclair, Peyton Van de Woestijn, and Caleb Van de Woestijn. In third place, the Benson Club, Abigail Jutras, Lexus Eagle-Gansberger, Cale Hillstrom. Fourth place is the Outer Madigan Club, Clara Sinclair, Reese Erdman, Montana Cernick. And in fifth place, Crossroads, Brooke Tanner, Hannah Tanner, and Aiden Tanner. Congratulations to all clubs. Well done. Okay, give us a couple minutes to clean the ring and we'll get on with the show. Our next order of business is the Clover Buds, always a highlight of the day.
started that story, I forgot that this is a live recording, so now we can't use this song either. But she's gonna hear it eventually. So they can just mess it up now if they want. They can do whatever they want. Came back down from that mountain. I had to find me a job. I'm in a live. I was selling gas and soda pops. One afternoon I was bothered because those thoughts they don't end. Set me back up. Up to that mountain again. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around till you're dead. Once you found a little darling, she takes all your head. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around till you're dead. Once you found a little darling, she takes all your head. Thank you.
Okay, our class coming in the ring now are Clover Buds. These are members 6 to 8 years old. We have 4 members racing today. We got Ryder Fornwald, Lacey Peterson, Rowdy Peterson, and Cully Young. Let me give you a little bio on each one of these kids. First calf in the ring is Ryder Fornwald. This is his second year of 4-H. My steer's name is Sumarai. He's a clubby shorthorn cross. My favorite part of 4-H is combing my steer. I have two siblings, sister Leland and brother Tucker. I enjoy being outside and riding my bike. I've learned a lot from the older members, and I am proud of how far I have come with my public speaking. Welcome to Estevan, Ryder. Lacey. Next in the ring is Lacey Peterson. Lacey Peterson is 7 years old and in her long-awaited first year of 4-H with the Benson Club. Her steer is a Sim Angus named Michael Jackson. When she isn't busy with 4-H, you can find her riding bikes or at jiu-jitsu. Lacey is also an accomplished public speaker who made it all the way to the regional competition with her first 4-H speech this year. Good job, Lacey. And he is a thriller. See what I did there? Next in the ring is Rowdy Peterson. Rowdy is completing his second year of 4-H in the Benson Beef Club. He is in the second grade at Spruce Ridge School. He is completing his second semester of jiu-jitsu with the Estevan Combat Sports and Amp Fitness and enjoyed his first couple tournaments this spring. He also discovered a love for curling this past summer. At home, he spends his time working with his Angus Simmental Cross homegrown steer and playing around the yard. He enjoys riding horses to check cows in the summer. You don't want to mess with Rowdy. He'll kick the crap out of you. And our next competitor is Kylie Young. Kylie's 9 years old. She enjoys synchronized swimming, camping, boating, arts, and crafts. This year my steer's name is Gator. He has lots of hair and is so nice to me. I want to learn more grooming and showmanship skills this year. This is your class of Clover Buds for 2026. Here's Katie with her comments.
really awesome job by our Clover Bud members out here. It's nice to see kids of this age being able to get out in the ring and show with such confidence and being resilient enough to rebound both from being stepped on and calves wanting to play and get away. It's nice to see kids that are able to have a good attitude about it and rebound from that and be able to come out in the ring and show with such confidence and passion and that members are in their second year here and are still having so much fun out here in the ring. It's really rewarding to see, and an excellent job by these competitors out in the ring and those that are out here helping them gain the skills as they proceed through the age groups here to be able to learn more and come out in the ring year after year and show off their skills. Excellent job.
Thank you, Katie, for your comments. Clover Buds, you may leave the room. Well done. Give us about 2 minutes and we'll have your yearling heifer classes starting.
Wake up in the morning to whistles and bells. The city's got its stories to tell. Voices lift easy, they come out like the ocean swells. Tonight I'm looking far past a bottle in my hand. Sometimes it's all the truth I can stand. I just follow the way the wind it blows my plan. And I'm tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. how I should have fallen for a bluebird. At least you know each spring they always return. And I've learned to capture this mixture of shadows and glory, hang them up like pictures on the wall, and stay laughing through my tears after it.
We have 4 classes of yearling heifers showing today. Our first class in will be yearling heifers, Simmental heifers. If they're ready, they can come to the ring, please.
The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again.
Our first heifer in the ring is Abigail Jutras, a May 11th, 2025 Simmental heifer. Next in, we have Nevada Cernic, April 18th, 2025. Then we have Montana Cernic, April 6th. Peyton Van de Woestijn, March 15th. And Reese Erdman, January 7th. This is your class.
Tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love.
We'll get to know our members a little bit. Our first member in is Abigail Jutras. This is her 7th year in 4-H with the Benson Beef Club. This year, Abigail will be showing her steer Tim. Abigail will also be showing a homegrown heifer named Lucy. Abigail has taken on some big tasks this year in her projects and has worked hard to get her calves ready for Achievement Day and the regional show and sale. This year, Abigail will be attending Agribition and Spring Fling, Kennedy Jackpot Show, and the King of the Ring Prairie Show. Abigail really enjoys spending time in the barn and working alongside her sister and cousins as they prepare their cattle for the shows. She also enjoys the public speaking part of 4-H and presented her speech, Big Decisions, at the Farm Family Supper this year. Outside of 4-H, Abigail can be found at the rink. This year, Abigail played hockey for the U13 AA Southeast Gold Wings. Abigail also loves to spend time at the golf course and with her horses. This year, Abigail and her hockey team toured the Angel Tree store and saw how important the store is to our community. Abigail has decided to donate a portion of her steer sale to the Estevan Community Hamper and Angel Tree Association. Thank you, Abigail. Next thing is Nevada Cernic. Nevada's 18 years old. This is her 9th year and is a senior member of the Outramadigan 4-H Beef Club. I'm also serving the role as the club reporter. I will be showing a full string of homegrown animals. My steer Ace, heifer Jinx, and my 2-year-old pair Millie and her calf Mater. I also do archery with the Estevan Archery Club. I graduated grade 12 this year and I'm pursuing a career in woodworking. Well done, Nevada. Next, we have Montana Cernic. Montana is 20 years old. This is her 9th year and a senior member of the Outramadigan 4-H Club. She's also serving the role as treasurer. She will be showing a full string of homegrown animals. My steer, Mr. Twister, heifer Lizzie, 2-year-old pair Sassy and her calf Minnie, and my 3-year-old pair Sadie and her calf Maggie. We also run a commercial Angus Simmental operation. I work part-time at Creighton Lodge. But when I'm not working, I look after all the farm duties when Mom and Dad are at work. I also volunteer at the Hospital Foundation, the Wildlife, and the Creighton Lodge fundraisers. Next in is Peyton Van de Woestijn. Peyton is in her 5th year in the Browning Multiple 4-H Club with the Beef Project. Peyton enjoys working with her 4-H animals, volleyball, curling, track, and is also on the female football team. And finally, we have Reese Erdman. Reese is 16 years old and enjoys cows, curling, volleyball, and riding horses. Her highlight this year was getting her driver's license. Her future plans include going into veterinary medicine. Again, the ages of the heifers are May 11th, April 18th, April 6th, March 15th, and January 7th.
Really, really good class of Simmental heifers we have from end to end here. And the black female we have that's going to lead us off, I think, is just an outlier in terms of type. I really, really like the amount of natural body expression this female has, the amount of internal dimension. Maybe not her attitude quite as much, but she's been handling her quite well. Really like how she's holding together through her front 1/3, considering she is the heifer in this class that probably has the most condition. What sets herself apart in this class is the udder development that's coming. I really like her in terms of teat size and placement at this stage of the game. What does concern me just ever so slightly about this heifer is when we set her in motion, I maybe wish she was hitting her stride just a little more freely. I'd like to see her handle her two rears maybe just a little more comfortably when we set her in motion. I think we can tolerate it in this class, considering just how outstanding she is from a body and balance perspective. But I just do want to make mention. I wish she was maybe just a little freer moving when we did ask her to go. The heifer that we have coming next, I think, follows her up quite nicely. I really like her from a balance standpoint. She's maybe not quite as overwhelming in terms of body conditioning. I maybe like how she's able to handle herself when we ask her to go just a little bit more. Where I would like to clean this heifer up is just in terms of udder development. There's maybe an extra teat or two that we can see coming, and maybe doesn't blow you away from an internal dimension standpoint quite as much as our first place female, but I think she's one that types in quite nicely. The female we have coming in next, does she blow you away in terms of stoutness, in terms of muscle? No, but I really like her from a fundamental standpoint. I think from the heifers remaining, I really like her from an udder development standpoint. I like her in terms of teat size and placement. I wish we could soften this heifer up, maybe deepen her up just ever so slightly to place higher, but from a fundamental standpoint, I really, really like her. The heifer we have coming in next, really like the muscle on this female, really like the power that she has. I'd maybe like to clean her up in terms of her udder again here, and maybe would just like to see a little bit more femininity through her front 1/3, but really like the muscle and power that this female has. The female we have to round us out, a younger female, probably coming to us in the most freshest sense from the class, which I don't consider a bad thing, but maybe just outpowered here ever so slightly. She's maybe a touch flatter made here for me today, but really like the balance she has, really like the cleanliness in terms of her lines, and really, really like how free-flowing she is in terms of the way she's put together. Just wish there was more of her here today. Really, really good class of Simmental heifers.
Thank you, Katie. The placings in that class was first place, Reese Erdman, Outram-Madigan. Second place, Nevada Cernig, Outram-Madigan. Third, Abigail Jutras, Benson. Fourth, Montana Cernig, Outram-Madigan. And in fifth place, Peyton Van de Woestijn, Browning. Our next class of yearling heifers are Angus. We have 4 entries. First heifer in is Waylon Peterson from the Benson Club, April 7th, 2025. Next is Caleb Van de Woestijn, Browning, March 26th, 2025. Haley Peterson, Benson, March 5th. And Clara Sinclair, Browning, March 2nd. Waylon Peterson is completing his 7th year of 4-H with the Benson Beef Club. He is completing his last year at Spruce Ridge School and will be heading to the comp in the fall. He enjoys curling and competed on 4-H curling team this year. He loves tractors, and when possible, you'll find him helping with chores when he gets the opportunity to drive. He has been working hard with his Angus Simmental Cross, homegrown steer, and his Angus heifer. This is his first year taking a heifer. Next in is Caleb Van de Woestijn. Caleb, it is his 5th year with the Browning Multiple 4-H Club and the Beef Project. He enjoys curling, auto club, working on his truck, and working with his 4-H animals. Caleb received the Murray GM Instructor's Choice Award in grade 11 this year at EZS. Next, we have Haley Peterson. She is completing her 8th year of 4-H with the Benson Beef Club and attends the Estevan Comprehensive School. She enjoys curling and competed on a high school curling team as well as 4-H curling team. She loves helping with the cows and riding horses. She has been working hard on her Angus heifer she's purchased this year and her homegrown steer, Angus Simmental Cross steer. Haley also plans to bring her 2-year-old cow calf pair to 4-H this year. And finally, we have Claire Sinclair. Claire is in her 5th year of 4-H and in her 3rd year with the Beef Project. Claire is a lover of all creatures big and small, and she is up to trying anything. Claire is in gymnastics, piano, and football. Like her brother Daniel, she is continuing in the history of the Russell family. This is Class 2.
Let me tell you a little something about me. When it's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I've been holding it in since o'clock in Monday morning. From the end of the week, I'm about to blow. We're walking to the honky tonk like a pack of wolves now. Order up around the shops and it's away we go. Switch the throw down, get down. Order up another round of shots. Run, get drunk, get some, have fun. Get into some trouble, baby, like in a night. I'm a Jim Beam, drinking big, drink, singing la 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 la, dancing machine. Been a hell of a week and I need to blow off some steam. Look at those. Got to blow off some steam for blow up. I got to blow off some steam for blow up. I've been holding it in through the whole work week. Now it's Saturday night and I'm about to blow. So come on now, man, if you play me none of them slow songs. I need boots, shooting, barn burning, hell raising, get up and go songs. Well, give me something hot, just give me all you got. Now let's give up.
Here's Judge Katie with her comments.
A smaller but mighty assembly of Angus females we have here in the ring, and I think the female that sorts herself to the top of the class really just does so on overall body, internal dimension that this female has. I love the amount of center rib this female has, the amount of barrel. Really like her from a muscling standpoint. If I could change this heifer ever so slightly, I'd maybe like to tweak her in terms of her pin set. I'd maybe like to see her just a touch stronger spined out here in the ring. But I think the amount of overall body dimension that this female has is quite outstanding and sets her apart to the top of this class. The female we have that follows along a little touch fresher in terms of her conditioning, which I actually maybe do prefer to the first place female, but I think even in doing so, maybe just gives up ever so slightly in terms of rib, in terms of muscling. But I think the amount of balance that this female has and the amount of expression she has, considering the heifers remaining, does put her into that second hole quite handily. Really like the amount of balance this female has, really like how clean she is in terms of her lines. The female we have coming in next, I would just maybe like to see a touch more rib in this female, maybe just a touch more muscling expression, but again, really like her from a femininity standpoint, really like the cleanliness of her lines and the way she's put together. I'd maybe like to tweak her ever so slightly from a structural standpoint. I'd like to be able to see her handle her rears just a little more comfortably out here in the ring here today, but again, from a balance and femininity standpoint, very, very good female for this young exhibitor. The female we have remaining, again, a touch fresher in terms of her presentation, which I definitely don't knock her for, just maybe gives up ever so slightly from a muscling standpoint. She maybe just gets a touch flatter made here for me today. Really like the way this female's put together. I would just like to see a little more of her in terms of a muscling standpoint, but really, really good job out here in the ring, young lady.
Thank you, Katie. Here's your placings for Class 2. First place, Haley Peterson from the Benson Club. Second place, Caleb Van de Oosteen, Browning. Third, Waylon Peterson, Benson. And fourth, Clara Sinclair, Browning. Next up, we got Class 3, Hereford Heifers. We should have 4 enters. First heifer in is Caden Lishka, March 2nd, 2025. Next in, Rowan Shire, March 1st, 2025. Leighton Peterson, February 20th. And Brendan Lishka, February 15th. This is your class. Caden Lishka is a proud member of the Steelman 4-H Beef Club. This year is my 11th year as a 4-H member. Being a part of 4-H and showing cattle is one of my favorite things. It's even a little bit better when I beat my brother in the ring. I also enjoy being out on the golf course and playing hockey. I've also taken on a role as a volunteer junior firefighter for the Lampman Fire Department. I enjoy our monthly trainings. They prepare me for when the call comes. I have a lot of fun with my 4-H friends. This year I entered a few more jackpot shows with my brother and a couple friends. I feel like this helped me with my clipping, grooming, and my showmanship skills. I really like getting out and practicing with my animals more. My favorite part of 4-H is bringing my projects to town to show off with my friends. This year I'm showing a polled Hereford steer, polled Hereford heifer, and a polled Hereford cow-calf pair. My steer should finish around 12:50. He is going to make some real tasty steaks on some lucky person's barbecue. Next in is Rowan Shire. She's 17 years old and a senior member of the Steelman Beef Club. This year she's showing a red Simmental main steer named Royal Red. I'm very excited about this guy as he catches your eye with his style. Beyond his appearance, he is cooperative as well mannered, making him a pleasure to work with. We have attended a few jackpot shows with him this spring and have brought home 2 reserve champion banners, which I'm very happy about. We have a few more planned for June, but the big one is at the end of the season, Calgary Stampede, an experience we are beyond excited about. I'm also showing my Hereford heifer Jada, my Hereford cow-calf pair. 4-H has been an asset in shaping my leadership skills, sense of responsibility, and time management abilities. As I complete grade 12 year, I am excited to further my education at University of Saskatchewan, pursuing a Bachelor of Agriculture and Animal Science, with the ultimate goal of continuing my studies in veterinary medicine. Leighton Peterson is in her 5th year of 4-H with the Benson Club. This year, in addition to her steer, she was showing her heifer as well as a cow-calf pair. Outside of 4-H, Leighton is active in the archery club and with jiu-jitsu. She also raises purebred Hereford cattle. And finally is Brendan Lishka. Brendan Lishka is a senior member of the Steelman Beef Club. It's his 13th year as a 4-H member. Showing cattle is one of my favorite pastimes. Heading to Agribition Ag X in the fall is probably my favorite time of the year. During the spring and summer, I enjoy hitting up local jackpot shows and my friends. Being a part of 4-H has helped me learn so many things when it comes to showing. This year, I've also taken on the role as president of the Saskatchewan Junior Hereford Association. I look forward to helping plan our junior show, Beeforama, when I'm not working cattle. For helping out at the farm, I enjoy playing sports and spending time with my friends and family. This year, we'll be showing a Hereford steer and Hereford heifer. I'm excited to bring them to town and show them off my hard work at our Achievement Day in the regional show. My steer will probably finish around 1,250 pounds and provide someone with some tasty eats all summer long. This is your class of yearling Hereford heifers.
You just might be something that could stick. Well, at least I put my money down on it. 'Cause to me, our love is like an old-fashioned finest whiskey poured out in our glasses. You are something sweet. Sip you slow, then repeat. You're the habit I thought I could be. The old-fashioned love's got a hold of me. Old-fashioned love's got a hold of me. Yeah, old-fashioned love. We've had pain and lovers go. We've been around enough to know that what this world really means is something like you and me. Bitter with a touch of sweet, cold but it goes down with ease. Old-fashioned love is what this world really needs. Old-fashioned love. Old-fashioned love, yeah. 'Cause to me our love is like an old-fashioned finest whiskey poured out in our glasses.
Here's Judge Katie Sterenko.
The two females that we have to lead off our Hereford division here, I think depending on your own personal preferences and any given day, I think arguments can be made for either of these heifers. I prefer the first place female in terms of her overall balance. I really like how strong top she is, and I probably prefer her from a pin set standpoint over our second place female. I'll be the first to say our first place female is maybe pushing the envelope in terms of moderation ever so slightly. I'd maybe like to upscale her just a touch here in this class, but I really like her from a balance standpoint. I really like her from her front 1/3 over our second place female, and I think she does still have enough body dimension to her. I like the amount of center rib she has, and like I said, I really like her from a balance standpoint. Our second place female here is a powerhouse. I love the amount of barrel this female has, the amount of center rib. I'd maybe like to extend her through her front 1/3 ever so slightly. She's maybe beginning to push her chest out just a touch here for me today. And from a condition standpoint, I would maybe like to melt her down just a touch here in this ring. That being said, even if we were to do so, I think there is still an extreme amount of body shape and dimension to this female, and I really, really appreciate that about her. From our first two females, I think like I said, arguments could be made for either of them. The first place one is the one I prefer today, but both extremely good in their own right. Our third place female on the stand, you could probably make an argument that she should be placed higher. Where I have some concerns on this female is when we ask her to go. She's maybe just getting a touch straight made for me today. There's maybe some things I'd like to change structurally, especially in terms of her back end, but I really like the amount of balance and body dimension that this female has. Just some things structurally I'd like to tweak in her for a longevity standpoint. Our first place female, again, really like how clean line this female is. Maybe just giving up a little in terms of overall body shape and expression compared to the heifers placed ahead of her. But again, I think a super balanced, super functional type of female out here in the ring. Excellent job by our Hereford exhibitors.
Thank you, Katie. Placings from that class are first place, Caden Lishka Steelman. Second place, Brendan Lishka Steelman. Third was Rowan Shire Steelman. And fourth place, Leighton Peterson Benson. Next class in, we have two entries, all other breeds. First in is Lexus Eagle Gansberger on March 21st and Leland Forwald February 14th. Lexus Eagle Gansberger is 14 years old, an intermediate member of the Benson Beef Club. She really enjoys attending jackpot shows, and I'm also a dancer with the Estevan Recreational Dance Club. One of my biggest accomplishments has been improving my showmanship skills. I'm working on strengthening my clipping skills, and one of this season's highlights was when I attended a private clinic led by Kirk Steerwald. I will be showing a heifer this year. My heifer Pearl has been so much fun to show. She has taught me a lot about showmanship, grooming, and clipping. She has also been successful in the show ring, earning banners and buckles. I've made many friends this year and look forward to continuing to grow and learn in the future. My passion is cattle genetics, and my goal is to pursue a degree in animal reproductive science to become an embryologist. Next is Leland Fornwall. This is her fourth year in 4-H, and this year my steer's name is Dagger. He's a Charolais Cross, and I love his unique coloring. My favorite part of 4-H is watching my steer and learning from the older members. I have two younger brothers, Ryder and Tucker, a dog named Trump and a cat named Peanut. Some of my hobbies include a ball, hockey art, and makeup. Something I look forward to this year will be spending the entire 10 days at Agribition with my dad.
super attractive smoke female we have to lead us off in this class that I think is really a no holes type kind. I think there's so much body and natural expression in this female and is yet put together in such an attractive package. I really like how sound this female is in the ring when we ask her to go, and I really like how extremely balanced she is. I think she's fluid in terms of her body, and yet there is so much substance to this female. Really like the package that she comes in. The second place female, again, super powerful. Really like the amount of natural muscle on this female. Maybe not quite as balanced and attractive as our first place female, but a super cowy type of individual out here. Again, really like the muscle expression. Maybe not quite as balanced as our first place female. Really good group of two heifers in the ring.
Thank you, Katie. Winning that class is Lexus Siegel-Gansberger from Benson, and Leland Fornwald was second. We'll now have the top two from the previous classes come in and compete for champion and reserve champion yearling heifers. So class 1, we are looking for Reese Erdman and Nevada Cernick. Class 2, Haley Peterson and Caleb Van de Woestijn. Class 3, Caden Lishka and Brendan Lishka. And in Class 4, Lexus Siegel-Gansberger and Leland Fornwald. This is your championship heifer class.
Won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing and sing it to me? Sing it to me. Open up my mind. Can I find a melody and sing it to me? Yeah, sing it to me. No, keep saying. Keep saying counting up the cards, what are you trying to gain? I was on the outside avenue, I was looking at you, dear, waiting as the minutes turn to hours, turn to days. And it's a shame, ain't it a shame now? It's a shame, ain't it a shame? And I wanna sign up for every kind of rebirth, atomize my essence down to black earth and rain, blow away into the night 1,000 tiny points of light. Ain't it hard to watch another evening slip away? It's a shame, ain't it a shame now? It's a shame, ain't it a shame? And did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? It seems like everyone is praying for eternal life.
Really, really good assembly of females that we have here in the ring from these junior 4-H members, and I think we have a variety of type and kind out here in the ring. But I think the thing that remains consistent is females with so much natural body shape and expression to them, and ones that are tied together in balanced, feminine, and attractive packages. I think when you put those two things together, it's a real recipe for success, and I do think that's what we have here in the ring. The two that come to the top, in my mind, get there for those traits, but then also from a soundness standpoint. I think at this stage in the game, I want to see females that are able to handle themselves and travel with ease comfortably here in the ring when we ask them to go. And those females really, I think, exemplify that here as my Grand and Reserve. But as a whole, I think you as members and as a regional should be extremely proud of the quality that was brought here in the ring. Extremely exceptional job from these members, and I'm excited to go show you the two that come to the top in my mind.
There's your champions. The champion yearling heifer is Lexus Siegel-Gansberg, and reserve champion is Keaton Lishka. Congratulations, guys. The next class in was homegrown heifer, but I guess it was determined by the placings. Lexus Siegel-Gansberg wins homegrown heifer. If you guys want to get some pictures taken right quick, we got time. Lexus, do you want to get a picture? Caden, do you want to get pictures?
She's dancing, singing out to every song, and she's always got blasting the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow. We got 10 miles of open road. Blasting the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow. We're good to go. So much that we don't know. Yeah, there's so much we can't control. But we got both windows down and wide open ground. Ain't gonna take it slow. We're good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go. Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love.
Okay, if everybody's ready, we can carry on with the show. The next class in is the continuation class of the 2-year-old with calf at side.
Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
We have 6 two-year-old pairs coming at us today. First in the ring is Brooke Tanner from the Crossroads Club. On April 26th, she's a Galloway. Next in, Nevada Cernick, April 22nd with a Simmental heifer. Montana Cernick, April 9th, Simmental. Lane Peterson Benson with a Hereford. Caleb Van Woesting Browning with a Simmental. Leighton Peterson Benson with a Hereford. And Peyton Adderley, January 3rd, a short horn.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with a mountain.
Your bones are the earth, and they sing with a mountain.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with a mountain.
This might be a good time to acknowledge all these members for dragging these cow-calf pairs out. This is a lot of extra work this time of year, and I commend you all. Let's give them a round of applause.
Creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates a horizon.
Your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why
inside?
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why would you
inside?
look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
You know, you can feel it when you look inside. You know, you can feel it. It's no surprise. Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why would
inside?
you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why
inside?
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why
inside?
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. We laughed and joked and skipped along the way, wondered if we'd ever be nostalgic for these days, but we are old and gray. Sat with a sad old man in a dark cafe. I asked him what he's living for. He said not much these days. You are young, you best be on your way. If you wanna be a fiddler someday, you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. All day and on into the night, got there just before the shining early morning light, when it was such a sight. Is you're gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. You're dreaming you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. But do it, yeah, don't just wait and see, 'cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. Someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away.
Here's Judge Katie Sirienko and her placings of the continuation females.
I think it's extremely exciting to see such a class of 2-year-old pairs that's so vast, not just in terms of numbers, but in terms of quality. And I know we have some variances in terms of type and kind as well as breeds represented, but I think that's pretty exciting that there can be those breed differences and see these members achieve it to such a high quality. But we have a shorthorn pair that sorts itself to the top of this class, I think, fairly handily at this stage in the game. This is a beautiful cow here. I love the way she's put together, love the amount of balance and substance that this female has, and that it's presented in such an attractive package. I think she has the most ideal udder in the class at this stage in the game, and her calf at foot does have the advantage of maturity in this class, but I really, really like the way he's put together. This is such a powerful no holes type of pair. The second and third place pair do have a little bit more size and scale to them compared to the rest of the females in the class. Do they have the most ideal udders in this class? I wouldn't say so, but they're extremely functional. I think there's some things we could do to pretty them up for sure, but I think it's you can't deny that the functionality that's there, and the calves at foot I think are good representations of their mama, and that they aren't taking too much quality or condition out of themselves while they're raising it. I think those are two similar pairs that are both extremely functional and good in their own right. The Hereford female we have coming next, if we were to peel the calves off these pairs and just show them as cows, this cow would definitely be standing higher in the class. I think she's giving up a little in terms of maturity at this stage in the game with their calf at foot. I'd like to see just a little bit more substance in this baby to place any higher, but I love the amount of volume and an overwhelming body shape that this Hereford female has, and I would maybe prefer her udder compared to the cows that are placed above her. Just would like to see a touch more in her baby at foot here today. Now that's contrasted with the female that we have coming second. I love this calf at foot. I really like the advanced maturity. I like the amount of shape that he has in him. The cow is maybe just giving up a little bit of herself as she's raising it. She's maybe a touch flatter made here for me today, and I'd maybe like to see just a little bit more volume and body capacity on her, but I love the baby at foot that she has here. The two females we have coming next, maybe just giving up a little bit in terms of overall body shape and mass. They just get a touch flatter made here for me today. I prefer the Hereford female from an udder standpoint. I'd maybe like to shorten up the teats on the Galloway female that comes next. But I really like the way that these are designed, and there's no denying the functionality of these females considering the quality of babies that they have at side. Really good class of 2-year-old pairs.
Thank you, Katie. The placings in this class are first place, Peyton Adderley from Steelman. Second place, Nevada Cernick, Outram Madigan. Third, Montana Cernick, Outram. Fourth is Lane Peterson Benson. Fifth, Caleb Van de Woestijn Browning. Sixth, Leighton Peterson Benson. And seventh, Brooke Tanner from Crossroads. The next class in the ring is continuation class 3-year-olds. We got 4 entries. We'll just need a couple minutes here to get a couple more handlers, and we'll have your class. It's nice to see so many grandpas and grandmas and aunts and uncles and brothers and sisters here today. I know it means a lot to these 4-H kids, and they're always looking for support, and it starts right at home. So thanks for coming, everybody. All right, this is Class 7, continuation 3-year-olds. Entering the ring is Montana Cernick from the Outram Club with a Simmental. Next in is C.R. Manti from the Outram Madigan Club with an Angus pair. Following is Rowan Shire with a Hereford. And Caden Lichka with a Hereford. This is your class of 3-year-olds.
control you. A little it'll help you out. I won't lose you this time.
Johnny went out walking and he hitched for a ride. He came across a pretty girl who took him inside. Johnny asked the pretty girl if he could take her hand. She became his wife and they bought a piece of land. Well, they raised up a family and they raised up the wood. They built their first cottage and it held like it should. Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny boy, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. And you're the one. Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they didn't trust him to keep him all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear and knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny, knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought of his little girl and he beat that bear down. Well, the moral of the story, if there's a woman by his side, there's nothing that a man won't do just to stay alive, stay alive. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. And we all dance circles around the sun till it's done. And you're the one.
A really overwhelming pair we have to lead us off in the 3-year-old division. You can't deny the amount of mass, size, and scale that this cow has here. Just really, really powerful in terms of her makeup, and clearly she's transmitted that to the calf its side. I really like the way this calf is put together, the amount of maturity that he has, and I think he complements his mama really well. Would I like to clean up her udder? Absolutely. But I think you can't deny that the outstanding substance and mass that she has would override that picking hair critique. The female that we have coming next, a little more moderate in terms of her package, which I don't knock her for by any means. Maybe not quite as overwhelming in terms of overall body as our first place female, but I really like the amount of balance she has. Again, would I like to maybe make some subtle tweaks in her udder? For sure, but I think it's extremely functional, and I really, really like the bull calf at side that she has. The female that we have coming next, once again, if we were to peel calves off these cows and just show the cows individually, I think this cow could stand to place a lot higher. I probably like her the best in terms of her udder construction in this class. Just has the disadvantage of trying to raise two twins that maybe just give up a little in terms of performance compared to the pairs ahead of them. But I really like the way she's put together, and you can't deny the good functional job that she's doing raising these two. The cow that we have coming next, really like her from a balance standpoint and the way she's put together. Maybe doesn't quite have the overall body expression as the cows ahead of her, and the calf is maybe just lacking a touch in terms of maturity compared to the females ahead of her. I really like the cow in terms of a teat size and shape standpoint, just maybe not quite as overwhelming in terms of body. Really, really good class of 3-year-old cows.
Thank you, Katie. Placings in that class of cows. First place, Rowan Shire from Steelman. Second, Caden Lishka, Steelman. Third, Sierra Manti. And fourth, Montana Cernick. Next up, we have champion and reserve continuation females. Just give us a couple minutes here to get organized, and we'll be on our way. We'll be looking for Peyton Adderley and Nevada Cernick from the 2-year-old class, and Rowan Shire and Caden Lishka from the 3-year-olds, competing for champion continuation.
I think a congratulations is in order for all of the members that have gone through the work and the time of developing their cow-calf projects here. It's definitely that extra little bit of work to get pairs ready and get them into town for both the Achievement Day and the regional, and I think it's pretty special to see the amount of quality and function that's been brought to the ring here, and I think the four that have come out of their respective classes are really a testament to that. I think that we want to see functional cows with functional udders and calves at side that reflect the quality of the mama cow and view the cow and the pair as a unit, as one entity. I think is important in cow-calf classes. So with that, I'm excited to go out and show you the two that came to the top for me.
There's your champion in reserve continuation. Champion goes to Peyton Adderley from the Steelman Club, and reserve to Rowan Shire from the Steelman Club. Next up, we will have Grand and Reserve Supreme Champion Female. That should happen here in a couple minutes. Okay, we're ready for our Supreme Champion Female in the yearling division. Welcome our champion Lexus Eagle-Gansberger and Caden Lishka. From the continuation class, our champion was Peyton Adderley and reserve Rowan Shire. Judge Katie Sterenko found 4 pretty darn good ones, I'm thinking. Now she's got to figure out which one she likes the best. Here's Katie with her comments.
I'd ask for another round of applause for the exhibitors we have in the ring as well as those back at the barn. I think we've seen such tremendously high quality all day for our initial female division. I think it's pretty exciting to be able to see 4-H members that are putting in the work on these females and raising something that not only is satisfaction for here and now to see how they turn out, but really investing in themselves and their future and their cow herd here, I think is extremely exciting, not only to see them putting in the time, but doing it with such outstanding quality and fundamentally good cattle here in the ring. I think has been extremely rewarding, and I think this is how I see it today. But I really can't stress enough just how good the show has been from top to bottom and end to end. I think has been really exciting, and the females that we have here in the ring are really the type that I see here today. Females with extra body, but also the fundamentals of soundness and utter quality on the milking females that we have out here. I think is just extremely important, and I know it's tough when we only have two females out here in the ring that won their divisions. You're comparing a female with as much future as any, and trying to predict what she's going to look like as she gets into production and comes back with the calf, and then you have a pair with the proof in the pudding already with their baby at side here in the ring. So I think we have two extremely good division winners out here in the ring, and I'm excited to go and show you how I see it here today. But I think it's extremely exciting and rewarding to see both the quality of kids and cattle in here in the ring. So with that, I'll get you my first two champions.
There's your champion, Lexus Eagle Gansberger from the Benson Club. And reserve champion, Peyton Adderley from Steelman. Congratulations, ladies. We'll have a 10-minute break for pictures and for the kids to get their steers prepared, so we're going to have a 10-minute break here.
Somewhere outside of Cheyenne, beyond that borderline, ran into a preacher and he poured that special wine. I was feeling lucky and he gave me quite a time on a Sunday. Maybe I was ready, boys, maybe I was bought, maybe I had given up, given all I got. Somehow when he came to me, poured another shot. I was thirsty, ain't that the way that it goes sometime? Just when you save a little piece of your mind, it got you drinking supernatural wine. Now don't give me no supernatural wine. Don't give me no supernatural wine. Don't give me no supernatural wine. I've had it.
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked.
Don't forget, awards are tonight at 4 o'clock right here in this ring. Then at 6 o'clock is the Rotary auction for the steers. There'll be approximately 40 steers. There'll be a live auction, and we welcome DLMS online as well. So hope you guys can all hang around and check out the awards and the show and the steer sale tonight.
It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a hilltop castle, to a room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. Then take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a state of mind where kings are pouring paupers' rage. Take away my trembling fingers, I'll take away that fateful edge. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Yeah.
Traveling around the world, my feet will tell me where to go. I'm not afraid to step outside and see the world for what it is. No, spending all my time with people that I barely know. You may have thought that I was lost, but all I need is room to grow. I'm coming home to put a flower in your hair. Thought you should know. Ain't no place I'd rather be instead.
I was just informed that there's lunch available in the big riding arena, so please help yourself. Compliments of the Estevan Co-op.
Sometimes I feel alone, you know it's me and my guitar. Looking up at all them stars, singing where we supposed to go now. Ruthie, little lady, tell me what you mean to me. And I'll build a house in Byron Bay, if that's exactly where you'll be. I'm coming home, put a flower in your hair. Thought you should know, ain't no place I'd rather be instead. No.
The best thing and the worst thing happened today. She moved on with another guy and got engaged. And now my heart's set free from its cage, but it stings like hell on the way out. The best thing and the worst thing happened today. I'm moving on. Driving 99 down the 405, windows down and blaring third eye blind, because I've never been so alone, and I've never been so alive. Driving 99 down the 405, yeah, I'm moving on. The best thing and the worst thing happened today. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving
This night, I guess I'll take you home again. So wrong to fight, I'll keep you warm inside. I'll be the one who gives what you want to. I'll
Showtime in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes till showtime. If everybody's ready to go, I think we got Class 1 steers running up the ring here. Okay, this would be Class 10 4-H steers, weighing from 1,015 pounds to 1,185 pounds. First in the ring is Lacey Peterson, 1,015 pounds. Brendan Lishka, 1,043 pounds. Caden Lishka, 1,058 pounds. Brooke Tanner, 1,152. Lane Peterson, 1,175. And Parker Adderley, 1,185. That's your class. I'll do a few more bios here while we got time in the ring. Brooke Tanner from the Crossroads Club. Brooke has wanted to show cattle since she could walk. Watching her older siblings work with animals, she was eager to learn herself. She has been in 4-H for 5 years. When she isn't working on her animals calving, she is playing hockey. She is a goalie for the Estevan Bearcats team, and she is lucky enough to play hockey with some of her fellow 4-H friends. Parker Adderley is 11 years old. This is my 6th year in 4-H. I'm a 3rd-year junior member. This year's my steer's name is Gary. When I'm not working Gary, I enjoy swimming at the pool, riding my electric scooter, playing video games, and watching TV. My favorite part of 4-H is leading my steer and showing. Gary is a good steer who likes to eat. I'm very excited to bring him to the show and compete in our Club's Achievement Day and then the regional. Also, we have Lane Peterson. She's in her 6th year of 4-H. This year, she's showing her cow-calf pair and a heifer in addition to her Angus Cross steer. Lane loves horses, archery, jiu-jitsu, and Herefords. She has her own herd of Hereford cattle, which she has been growing since she purchased her first cow in 2022.
Well, I'm a liar, I'm a boozer, I'm a bastard and abuser, and I'm wondering how much lower can I go? I've been beaten, I've been bloodied, I've been broken and betrayed, and I'm wondering how much...
In case some of you who just joined us, our judge for today is Katie Sarayenko. Katie was born and raised in Maymont, Saskatchewan, where she runs a herd of purebred Charolais cattle. She's a past member of the Saskatoon 4-H Beef Club and grew up attending junior shows with both females and steer projects. She has both judged and exhibited at all major shows across Canada, including the Canadian Western Agribition, Edmonton's Farm Fair, and the Toronto Royal. She currently operates a graphic design business, building sale catalogs and advertisements for producers. Welcome our judge, Katie Sarayenko.
upon the world. I curse the lives of lucky men. Into this hell I hope they're hurled. I was once a good man. Now I'm living in this hell. 'Cause I'm a liar, I'm a boozer, I'm a bastard and abuser. And I'm wondering how much...
Also welcome DLMS here for our show and sale today. Our show will be live streamed on DLMS if you care to join that site. Our show and sale will be worldwide, so awesome. Here's Judge Katie.
Really nice group of steers as we kick off into the steer show side of things, and the steer that we have that to lead us off in the class I think is most ideal in terms of amount of finish and fat cover on them. Really soggy made steer. Like how much middle and depth of rib and side there is in this steer, and I like the amount of muscle and width when we examine this steer from behind. I think, and like I said, I think he's just the most ideal in this class in terms of actual finish and fat cover on him. The two Hereford steers that we have coming next are a little misleading. When they first come in the ring, you question if they're going to have enough on them. But once you actually put hands on these steers, there is a good amount of finish and fat cover there. Both two steers are extremely similar in their build. I maybe give the advantage to the second place steer just in terms of stoutness ever so slightly, but both extremely similar in their build with enough fat cover on them. The fourth place steer we have coming next, really soggy made individual, lots of depth of side on him. Again, maybe one that's a little misleading. You put hands on him and you almost wish there was more fat cover on this steer, but lots of depth of rib and depth of side in him. Really good individual. The two steers we have to round us out, just wish there was a little bit more on these animals when we handle them. Would like to see just a touch more fat cover and just a touch more stoutness in terms of muscle in these steers, but excellent job getting them to the regional by these young exhibitors.
Thank you, Katie. Winning that class is Parky Adderley from the Steelman Club. Second place, Brendan Lishka Steelman. Third, Caden Lishka Steelman. Fourth, Lane Peterson Benson. Fifth, Brooke Tanner Crossroads. And sixth place, Lacey Peterson Benson. Now we have class 11. These are steers weighing 1192 to 1235. First in the ring is Audrey Jutras. Her calf weighs 1192. Sierra Manti, 1193. Trip Tanner, 1222. Andrew Fleck, 1222. Haley Peterson, 1225. And Daniel Sinclair, 1235. This is class 11. A few more bios here to read to meet the kids. Audrey Jutras is in her fourth year in 4-H with the Benson Beef Club. This year, Audrey will be showing her homegrown steer, Mini Junior, aka MJ, at the regional show and sale. Audrey loves hanging out with her 4-H friends and working in the barn with her sister and her cousins. This year, Audrey and MJ are going to attend the Kennedy Jackpot Show and the King of the Prairie Show. Outside of 4-H, Audrey can be found at the rink. This year she played for the Estevan Bearcats as well as the U11 Gold Carded Southeast Gold Wings team. This spring, Audrey played hockey with the 2015 Southeast Junior Gold Wings and made lots of new friends. Audrey and her sister Abigail will be donating a portion of their steer sale to the Estevan Community Hamper and Angel Tree Association. Sierra Manti is 17 years old and has been in 4-H for 11 years. We are showing many steers, heifers, and cow-calf pairs. This year, Sierra is a senior and will be showing her steer Houdini and her cow-calf pair Wildberry and the twins Blueberry and Dewberry, which will be quite the handful going to the show. However, she believes that hard work and dedication can be great skills to have. Sierra's other interests outside of 4-H are dance and artistic swimming. Sierra's largest accomplishment this year is winning gold for her solo, silver in figures, and bronze with her team with the Southeast Connections at the Saskatchewan Winter Games in artistic swimming. Sierra also coaches with the Estevan Mermaids and works as a lifeguard at Affinity Pool. Trip Tanner has been competing in 4-H for 4 years. I'm returning after 2 years off and I missed it, so I'm joining back up to try and fit in between my hockey and lacrosse schedule. Welcome back, Trip. Also in the ring we have Andrew Fleck. Andrew's been in 4-H for 5 years. He's learned so much from his leaders, peers, and seniors during his time in 4-H. My steer's name this year is Hans, the Hamburger Helper, and he's a purebred polled Hereford. I'm excited for my 6th year and eager to help the younger members and to show my steer this year. And finally in the ring we have Daniel Sinclair. Daniel's in his 5th year in the 4-H Beef Project. Daniel loves being around cattle and is continuing the history of this Russell heritage. If Daniel is not with cattle, he loves playing video games, his dog Max, and hockey. Daniel loves to help his community and helps anyone else he sees. Daniel wants to have a farm of his own one day.
One of the more moderate steers in the class we have to lead off this group of steers, but one that I think is the most balanced in terms of his overall finish and muscle. I think he has the most amount of bloom in terms of overall body in the class, and I think he has the most in terms of stoutness and muscle. I like the amount of center rib this steer has, and I really like the amount of width that he has when we view him over his top. I think probably a steer that just puts the most pieces together here, even if it is in a slightly more moderate package, and I do really like the amount of finish and fat cover that this steer has. The Hereford Mark steer we have into second, definitely a longer sided, slightly bigger framed individual. Again, really like the amount of fat cover he has on him. Maybe not quite as much rib and stoutness as the steer ahead of him, but I think a really, really good complete made steer with a lot of good and finish in him. The black steer we have coming in next, probably more middle than the steer we have ahead of him, but just not quite as heavily muscled in terms of stoutness, maybe not quite as wide over his top, and maybe not quite as ideal when we put hands on this steer, but really like the amount of rib that he has in him. The red steer we have coming in next, again, really nice made individual, would maybe just like to see a little bit more bloom in terms of his body, maybe would like to see a little bit more width in terms of his muscle, but again, a really good, nice steer when we get hands on him. The steer we have coming in next, maybe just not quite as much finish as the steers ahead of him. I'd like to see maybe a touch more rib, a touch more flank, and just a touch more in terms of bloom and pop to his muscle, but a really good steer that just needs a touch more time to him. The steer we have to round us out, this is a pretty tough place for a really good steer. I really like the amount of middle and depth of rib that this steer has in him. Just would like to see a little bit more pop in terms of his muscle, just a little bit more width when we view the steer from behind to balance out how much rib he has in him. But a really, really nice made individual, and great job managing him, young man.
Thank you, Katie. Here's the placings for Class 11. First place, Audrey Jutras, Benson. Second, Andrew Fleck, Steelman. Third, Haley Peterson, Benson. Fourth, Trip Tanner, Crossroads. Sierra Manti was fifth from the Ultra Madigan. And sixth place, Daniel Sinclair, Browning. Now entering the ring, we have Class 12. Fed steers weighing 1254 to 1284. First in is Tucker Hillstrom, 1,254 pounds. Next calf in is Cully Young, 1,257 pounds. Hannah Tanner, 1,281 pounds, and Jordan Tanner, 1,284. This is Class 12. Oops, sorry. Caleb Van de Woestijn, 1,291. Peyton Van de Woestijn, 1,303. And Ryder Fornwald, 1,303. A little bit of a malfunction at the junction, but we got the calf back in, and he is indeed in this class. Okay, some more bios here. Tucker Hillstrom is 13 years old and is in his 7th year with the Benson Beef Club. He currently serves as the club secretary, a role he has proudly held for the past 3 years. Tucker enjoys working closely with his steer, Andrew, as he prepares for Achievement Day in the regional show and sale. This year, he especially enjoyed developing his grooming skills and values the time he spends learning alongside fellow 4-H members. Outside of 4-H, Tucker helps out on the family farm and recently played with the Estevan Bruins U15 AA team. In his free time, he enjoys golfing, dirt biking, and fishing. Through his years in 4-H, Tucker has built strong skills in animal care, responsibility, and work ethic, helping him successfully raise his steers while preparing him for future opportunities. Next is Hannah Tanner from the Crossroads Club. Hannah's been in 4-H for 7 years. If she could have started at the age of 4, she would have. She got to show her own cows once she started. It was a long lineage of showing calves off of pickle babies. Her love of cattle show up in the way she handles and cares for her calves at calving time on her farm. And also in this class, we have Jordan Tanner. He's been in 4-H for 9 years. My beef project this year is Reggie.
think we have a bit of an outlier in the white steer here that sorts himself to the top of this class pretty handily. I love the stoutness that's in this steer. I love the amount of rib softness and depth in terms of his rib and the amount of width he has over his top as well. I think there's a lot of substance in this steer, and I'll be the first to say I do tend to gravitate towards a steer with an extra shot of look in him. I know we have to prioritize the substance and stoutness of these steers, but I think when you can have an extra shot of some flash in him, I think it does go a long way, and this steer does just that. I think he's a hard individual to poke holes in. The second place steer, we have this red calf. Really like the amount of side in him. Love the amount of rib and stoutness in him. Maybe not quite as overwhelming as our first place steer. Maybe not quite as soft made, but I think lots of finish and lots of good in this steer. The red steer we have coming next, if I was going to name him, it'd probably be Meatball. There's so much in this calf, lots of fat cover. In an ideal world, I would just like to pull him apart ever so slightly. He maybe gets a touch compact here for me today, but there's so much meat and cover on this steer that I think it's hard to deny him that. The steer we have coming in next, really like the amount of length aside on this individual, just not quite stout enough for me here today. I'd like to see a little bit more width in terms of his muscle, pop in terms of his muscle expression, really like the amount of depth the rib he has, just would like to see a little bit more in terms of his muscling. The steer we have coming in next, probably the opposite. I like this steer from a muscling standpoint. I would just like to see a little bit more rib, a little bit more softness in this individual, and maybe just a touch more width in terms of his top. The steer we have coming in next, really like this steer when you put hands on him. There's lots of fat cover and finish there. Just would like to see a little bit more width, a little bit more stoutness in this individual to place higher. But from a fat cover perspective, I really like him. The steer we have coming in next, again, a really tough place for a steer. He's extremely well built, if not one of the best built steers in this class. Just needs a little bit more time to get there from a fat cover perspective. I think when you put hands on this steer, there's just not quite enough finish there for him to place higher. But I think a steer that, if given more time, would come back and be really, really good.
Thank you, Katie. Your placings for Class 12. In first place, Ryder Fornwell from Steelman. Second place, Jordan Tanner from Crossroads. Third, Peyton Van de Woesting, Browning. Fourth, Hannah Tanner, Crossroads. Fifth, Caleb Van de Woesting, Browning. Sixth, Cully Young from Benson. And seventh, Tucker Hillstrom from Benson. Next in, we have Class 13. These are steers weighing 1313 to 1346. Waylon Peterson, 1,313 pounds. Peyton Adderley, 1333. Nevada Cernick, 1334. Rowdy Peterson, 1338. Sophia Fleck, 1341. And Victoria Anderson, 1346. Few more bios here. Peyton Adderley is 13 years old. This is her eighth year in 4-H. I'm now a first year intermediate. My steer's name is Mahib. When I'm not working on my steer, I enjoy playing softball and volleyball, going swimming at the pool, and playing cards with my family. My favorite part of 4-H is washing my steer and showing. I also like feeding Mahib. He has been eating lots and will be very tasty. I'm very excited for Achievement Day. Nahib doesn't have a lot of hair this year, so I've been practicing more showmanship and leading with him, more so than grooming and clipping. Also in this class, we have Sophia Fleck. She's been involved in 4-H since she was very young. One of my favorite parts of 4-H has been the opportunity to work alongside my friends while creating lifelong memories and valuable experiences. This marks my final year in 4-H as I prepare to attend the University of Saskatchewan to study animal science, with the goal of becoming a veterinarian. My years in 4-H have played a significant role in shaping this career path by fostering my passion for animals, responsibility, and leadership. I'm grateful for everything 4-H has taught me. I'm excited to see where my future takes me. Also in this class, we have Victoria Anderson. This is Victoria's 8th year in 4-H. This year's 4-HB project is called Bart Simpson, after her favorite show. Victoria enjoys soccer, hockey, and spending time with her friends, and Bart, aka Barty Farty.
two steers to lead us off here that I think really balance each other out, and there's some give and take in between these two steers. The steer I chose to lead us off with, his best view is probably from behind. There's so much width and squareness in terms of this steer's muscle that I really, really appreciate, and still balances it out with an adequate amount of rib, a really good amount of fat cover, and really, really like the width over the steer's top. He's probably the most balanced steer in terms of his overall look in the class, and I really, really like how he puts those pieces together. The steer that comes next, probably the deeper sided individual, not quite as stout and square muscled from behind, but still, again, ideal in terms of his fat cover. Really, really like the amount of center rib that he has and the amount of stoutness. Maybe not quite as overwhelming when we view this steer from behind as our first place, but again, two that really balance each other out. Our third place steer gets here in terms of looks and not personality, and I really wish somebody would say that to me one day, but here we are. Really, really like the amount of rib in this steer, really like the amount of fat cover, maybe not quite as stout as the rest of the field, but really, really good, fundamentally good steer that puts the pieces together in a relatively attractive package as well. The steer that we have coming in next, really, really like the way this steer puts the pieces together. Maybe not quite as soft made as the steers ahead of him. Maybe gives up just a touch in terms of stoutness when we view this steer from behind. I'd maybe like him to see him a little heavier muscled to compete with the steers ahead of him, but really, really like the way he puts the pieces together in a balanced package. And also, I really appreciate the way this member is able to control this steer in the ring. I know he's maybe not quite the happiest out here, but I really appreciate from a showmanship standpoint that you're able to take control of that steer while not disrupting the class and the flow of my judging. Really, really good job out here. The two steers that we have to round us out, there's steers in this class that maybe have a touch more in terms of overall frame size, and I just don't feel that in this class there's enough fat cover and enough muscle on these steers to account for that extra frame size. I would like to maybe just see a little bit more on them to balance that out. Maybe just a touch more stoutness and a touch more softness in these steers, but really balanced packages that they come with us at. I would just maybe like to see a little bit more time put into these steers to get a little bit more fat cover on them. Really, really good job to these members.
Thank you, Katie. Placings on that class. First place, Peyton Adderley, Steelman. Second, Sophia Fleck, Steelman. Third, Nevada Cernick, Outramadigan. Fourth, Waylon Peterson, Benson. Fifth, Rowdy Peterson, Benson. Sixth, Victoria Anderson, Crossroads. That was your class 13. Next class in is Kaz weighing 1356 to 1409. First class, Reese Erdman, 1356. Montana Cernick, 1366. Clara Sinclair, 1369. Leland Fornwald, 1381. Rowan Shire, 1385. And Lakenshire, 1409. Some more bios here. Lakenshire. Laken is 9 years old and a junior member of the Steelman 4-H Club. Being a junior member is all about having fun while taking on new tasks and exploring new things. I've been able to do a lot of hands-on work with my Hereford Seminole cross steer Buddy with the help from my sister and brother. Buddy loves it when we wash him and work on getting his coat soft and shiny. I have been working hard with him and have taken him to 3 spring shows where I was able to lead him on my own and show him off in the show ring. He has developed a bit of a bad habit of eating my bow and ponytail in the show ring, so I decided he must want one too. So now Buddy is the proud owner of his very own bright pink sequin bow. He looks so cute. Where is Buddy?
Rowan is actually done. Hers was turned on.
Another really, really good class of steers here from end to end. And once again, I think there's an outlier in this class that sorts himself to the top relatively handily. I love the amount of base width in this steer, the amount of pop and expression in terms of his muscle, how stout he is, and especially how wide he is over his top. And of course, like I said, I really like the extra shot of look that's in this steer. I like the flash that he has in terms of his front 1/3 and the amount of soundness that he has when he travels throughout the ring. Really, really like this individual. The steer that comes next, I think complements him pretty handily. Really like the overall balance in terms of this steer. Like the amount of width that he has in him. Like the amount of depth and the amount of barrel. Maybe not quite as wide in terms of his top as our first place steer, and maybe lacks some of the additional bells and whistles. But a really, really solid, fundamentally good steer. The steer that we have coming next in third, really like the amount of balance, the amount of look. I probably prefer the build on this steer better compared to our second place steer, but just doesn't have quite as much power and expression in terms of his muscle. I'd like to see him just a touch stouter and a touch deeper to place any higher, but really, really like the build and functionality of this steer. Just maybe needs a touch more time to get there. The steer that we have coming next, really like how long-sided he is, really like the amount of depth of rib that he has, maybe just lacking some of the stoutness and the amount of muscle expression compared to the steers ahead of him, but I think one that is fundamentally good. The steer that we have coming next, again, really like the amount of softness, the amount of fat cover on him. Maybe just a touch compact in here for me today. I'd like to pull him apart ever so slightly, lengthen him, maybe upscale him in terms of build just ever so slightly to make up for the amount that's in this steer. But again, one that I think is put together quite well. The steer we have coming along next, really like the amount of depth in this steer. Just need to stouten him up ever so slightly. I think he's maybe getting just a touch tight when we set him in motion here today, which I know some argue isn't important at this stage in the game, but I'd argue that it is still something I look for. Would just like to see him a little freer moving when we ask him to go, and just stouten him up a touch ever to place higher here today, but really like the amount of middle that's in this steer.
Thank you, Katie. Your place is in Class 14. First place goes to Rowanshire, Steelman. Second, Lakenshire, Steelman. Third, Reese Erdman, Outramadigan. Fourth, Leland Fornwall, Steelman. Fifth is Montana Cernick. And sixth place, Claire Sinclair. Now we're looking for Class 15. These are steers weighing 1411 to 1610. First calf of the ring is Slade Ehrman, 1,411 pounds. Turner Peterson, 1416. Braxton Shire, 1421. Abigail Jutras, 1442. Cale Hillstrom, 1472. Aiden Tanner, 1520, and Rhett Wheeler, 1610.
Slade, Turner, Braxton.
Slade Erdman is 18 years old and recently started worked as a parts technician at Nelson Motors. In his spare time, he enjoys video games and martial arts. Fun fact, he is a black belt in Shotokan Karate. Turner Peterson is in his 11th year of 4-H with the Benson Beef Club. He spends his time in the fall playing football with the high school team and is very passionate about curling and competes on a high school team and a 4-H team in the winter. He works hard at helping his siblings with their 4-H animals as well as his own Angus Simmental Cross homegrown steer and Angus Charlet Cross homegrown heifer. Also, we have Braxton Shire. Braxton's 13 years old and an intermediate, member of the Steelman 4-H Club. This is his 8th year in 4-H. This year I've been working hard on my Hereford Simmental cross steer named Tank. He is raised on a diet of grain, corn, beet pulp, and alfalfa to help maintain his finished weight of 1,450 pounds. Outside of 4-H, you can find me working hard practicing my hockey skills. I played for the U15A Estevan Bruins this year. I also enjoy spending time on the golf course, playing with friends, and trying to keep my score lower than Grandpa. My favorite memory of 4-H last year was winning the Grand Aggregate Award at our regional 4-H show as a junior member, alongside both my sister and their age category. This is not an easy award to win as it recognizes overall excellence in multiple categories. I'm looking forward to this year and demonstrating everything I've learned at the regional show and sale.
Kale, feel free to cut it short if you like.
We also have Cale Hillstrom is in his final year 4-H at the age of 17 and is graduating from high school this spring. He has been a dedicated member of the Benson Beef Club since he was 6 years old. Over the years, Cale has taken on numerous leadership roles and is currently serving as the club's treasurer. He enjoys preparing his steer for Achievement Day and competing at the regional show. And this year, he was showing a Black Angus. Outside of 4-H, Cale recently completed his final season of minor hockey with the Estevan Apex U18 AA Bruins. In his spare time, he enjoys golfing and fishing, and he plays an active role working on his family's bison operation 3X Ranch. This fall, Cale will be working towards completing his instrumentation engineering technology program. Those many years in 4-H, Cale has developed valuable skills and responsibility, leadership, and hard work that will support him as he pursues his future career goals. We also have Aiden Tanner. Aiden has been in 4-H since he was 6 years old. His love for cattle shows in his work. He has picked the same steer from his favorite cow for the last 4 years. This will be his last year showing as he moves on to graduate and travel next year. In the class, we also have Rhett Wheeler. 12 years old and have been in 4-H for 2 years. I like to play hockey, football, and golf. This year, I have a homegrown Hereford Simmental steer named Rusty. He's a calm, gentle giant who is going to be very heavy come sale day. I really enjoy being at the farm working on Rusty. This is my first year back in 4-H since I was a Cloverbud, and I've learned a lot since then. I really like 4-H because I enjoy going to cattle shows and spending time at the farm.
Okay, and hopefully we didn't miss anybody.
think things can get a bit trickier when we get into the heavier weight classes, just because we're evaluating steers that are coming at us that are maybe just getting a touch past 12 o'clock, maybe just a touch further along in their condition than maybe would be ideal for them. But I think the steers that we have out here, considering there are some that have maybe just been on feed a little bit longer than they would like, are still holding together and still coming to us, still in balanced packages, which I think is really impressive. And the red steer we have to lead us off does just that. This is a heavyweight steer, but there's still so much balance in him. I really like the amount of stoutness that he has, the amount of middle, and I really like the way he's been able to hold himself together. There's lots of width over his top, and he's probably the most ideal in terms of finish when you put hands on this steer. The second place steer, I think, complements him really well. Maybe not quite as overwhelming as compared to our first place steer in terms of stoutness, but lots of side and middle on this steer, lots of width over his top, and probably one of the more fresher presenting steers considering his heavier weight. The steer that we have coming along next, again, same song, second verse. I really like the amount of balance in this steer. Really, really like the amount of middle in this calf. Really like the width over his top. Just would like to see a little bit more in terms of muscle and stoutness on this steer compared to the steers ahead of him to place higher. But really, really like this individual. The steer we have coming in next is a little tricky. There's a lot on this steer. He's maybe getting just a touch, he's maybe a little bit more over condition than I would like to see him. But I think considering his heavy weight, he is still so balanced. Lots of middle in this steer. And even if you were to melt him down a little bit, I think he would still probably be the biggest middled individual in this class. Lots of stoutness, just maybe getting to touch stale for me here today, but really good individual. The one coming in next, again, same song, second verse. I think a few weeks ago this steer would have been placed definitely higher, if not winning the class. Just getting a touch stale for me here today. Maybe just a touch compact in his makeup. I would like to pull him apart ever so slightly and maybe upscale him a little bit. But lots of meat and substance in this steer. Lots of middle, lots of finish. Maybe would like to stouten him up just a touch to place higher, but really good individual. The two black steers we have remaining, they're probably more ideal in terms of finish, just not quite stout enough for me. I'd like to see a little bit more in terms of muscle expression in these steers. I'd like to see a little bit more lower quarter in them to place higher. But like I said, probably more ideal in terms of a finish standpoint. Really like the build on these individuals.
Thank you, Katie. Winning class 15 is Aidan Turner from the Crossroads Club. Second is Slade Erdman out from Madigan. Third, Abigail Jutras Benson. Fourth, Rhett Wheeler Steelman. Fifth, Braxton Steyer Steelman. Sixth, Turner Peterson Benson. And seventh, Cale Hillstrom Benson. Our next class will be your champion and reserve champion fed steer. The top two from each class will now enter the ring. From Class 1, we have Parker Adderley and Brendan Lishka. Class 2, Audrey Jutras, Andrew Fleck. Class 3, Ryder Fornwald and Jordan Tanner. Next class, we have Peyton Adderley and Sophia Fleck. Class 14 winner, Rowan Shire and Lakenshire. And finally, Class 15, we have Aidan Tanner and Slade Erdman. Here's your class for 2026 Championship Drive. This might be a good time to recognize the quality that we have in the ring. Just in the ring and out in the barn, I think we got a really good group of cattle here this year. Let's give everybody a round of applause who exhibit their cattle today.
I think Wes said it better than I ever could. I think everybody deserves a round of applause for the quality here in this ring. The momentum hasn't slowed down from the female show as we got into our steer show and now here at the Grand Drive here. I think it's been an incredibly fun day, and it's extremely rewarding to see the enthusiasm of youth in agriculture and youth with cattle showing. I think is just extremely nice to see young people willing to put in the work and the time that it takes to get steers and females to this point. It's not an easy feat, and I know this time of year it's easy to want to be at the lake or want to be out with our friends, but to see the work that's been put into these steers, I think is extremely nice to see, and everybody here, the 4-H members and the 4-H members' parents and support systems should be extremely proud of themselves. The assembly of steers we have here is so high quality. The fundamentals are all there. They're stout individuals. They have the adequate fat cover, ideal rib shape, lots of width in these steers. And then the bells and whistles on a few of these individuals are definitely there as well. They're still balanced considering they're finished. They're still able to get and travel out here in the ring. And when all those pieces are put together, it's extremely fun to see steers out here in the ring. And I think there's two that really stand out here for me today. And with that, I'll go show you who they are. But again, I think this show has been such high quality, and it's been an extremely fun one to sort. And I'll go get you some 2 champions.
There's your champion, Rowan Shire from the Steelman Club. And reserve champion, Ryder Fornwald, also from the Steelman Club. Congratulations, guys. All homegrown steers, please stay at the ring. We'll need to have a class to determine a winner. We need two placings, Judge Katie.
We only need the top two from this class.
Yeah, no, it's two.
Our top two homegrown steers are Lakenshire and Aiden Tanner. We'll pause for a picture break and then come back with a group of five, if that's what you want to do. I'll just run down our sponsors again, who sponsors our event here today. Nelson Motors and Equipment, the Estevan Rotary Club, Grimes Sales and Service, Glenn and Sherilyn Gress, Chapman Feed and Ag Supply, Western Prime Meat Processors, A&D Trucking, Rodney and Mona Ducart, Mac Auction, Raymond LaFrance Memorial, the Estevan Exhibition Association, Prairie Mud Services, Apex Distributors, Affinity Credit Union, TD Agricultural Services, Farm Credit Canada, T4 Land and Cattle Limited, Black Powder Cattle Company, K&A Short Creek Ranch, Manti's Diamond M Ranch, Diamond S Ranch, Terry and Tammy Cernick, MNP LLP, Seaver Fonstead and Erdman, Signal Direct Communications, Hemphill Project Management Limited, Candiac Livestock Market, Vandy Cattle, Wheatland Cattle Company, Southern Plains Co-op, The Floor Store, Beck Farms, Openshaw Farms, Dieter and Marlene Rooks, UFA Estevan, Dunright Glass, DLMS, Goliath Disposal, and JJ Trucking Limited. Thank you to all our sponsors and donators. For those of you out back, please have your group of fives ready and get them organized.
In the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, what you owe me I can't count on anymore till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. There, King rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, what you owe me I can't count on anymore till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Woo! Outside is mad and cold. You don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say, but God Almighty, till that day, we'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground.
Catching up back, you can probably bring your groups of fives in the ring. We'll get that organized here. Bring your group of fives in the ring, please. Bring your group of fives in, please. This is your class, Judge Katie. We need 3 placings.
Just to maybe make this easier, we'll go the furthest club from me on the far end first. The middle club will be second, and the one closest to me will be third. Again, I think just at this time, I just want to stress again just how good our steer show was from end to end, and I think seeing all the clubs in their groups really is a testament to that. The amount of quality and consistency that we can see in these steers is really evident and apparent. And again, I think everybody here should be extremely proud of the quality, and each and every club and its members should be proud of the steers, the quality of the cattle that they've had, and as well as the quality of kids. I think has been so high all day. So again, congratulations to everybody.
Your placings for a group of 5. First place, Steelman. Second place, Benson. And third place, Outramadigan. Our next competition will be showmanship. So if we clear the ring, in a couple of minutes, we'll be underway. We'll start off with the Clover Buds.
I'm gonna just call Brandis because I don't think they place clover buds.
If clover buds are ready, we can get on with it.
try to give me all of you to know? Or did you just let go? What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me? Tell me now, baby, would you come my way if I was a better man? If I could change, I would. But I find I'm at a loss for words, and even when they come, it hurt. What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me? Tell me, babe, is this real? Do I want what you don't feel? If you think that you don't know, try to let me go, go. Tell me,
All clover buds ready. We're ready to roll here.
do I want what you don't feel? If you think that you don't know, try to let me go.
Okay, clover buds, let's bring them in, please.
Try to let me go. Try to let me go.
First clover bud in is Lacey Peterson.
Try to let
Kalei Young, Rowdy Peterson, and Ryder Fornwald. Judge Katie Sirienko will place top 5 in each division.
It's always a hotly contested battle out in Cloverbud showmanship, and this being no exception. All you guys out here in the ring, I give huge kudos to the confidence of young kids to be able to come out in the ring and show off animals that are always a lot bigger than them is no small feat. But I think the confidence that these Cloverbuds are approaching it with is extremely admirable, and that they're able to come out here and do such a good professional job doesn't go unnoticed. And the other thing that doesn't go unnoticed is the older members that are willing to come out and help a hand to not just these Cloverbud exhibitors, but also the juniors. I know I've seen the same senior member out here in the ring multiple times, and I know it sometimes makes for a long day having to be out in multiple classes, but it definitely doesn't go unnoticed. And I have a huge amount of respect for the older members that are willing to take time out of their own regional show to lend a hand to the younger members. I know it's what 4-H is all about, but it still doesn't go unnoticed, and I have a huge amount of respect for you guys that are willing to take the time to do that, and it's definitely giving a leg up to these Cloverbud members when they're able to come out here and do such a good job. So congratulations to everybody out here in the ring. Fantastic job.
Well, they keep on dancing, all the good girls and boys. And I can't stop to turn it on. No, I can't stop to turn it on. No, whisper something to you short and soft. So Indigo City, why do you get me down? Indigo City, kicking me to the ground.
I apologize. That was my fault. I didn't realize we were placing our Cloverbud showmanship, but the young lady will be our grand champion Cloverbud showman, and the young man will be our reserve. I think they've just done an incredible job out here all day. They haven't been relying on their handlers. They've been confident enough to show their animals themselves to the best of their ability, and I think everybody out here in the ring, all four of you, have done such an extremely professional job, and everybody should be super proud of themselves and the confidence they've had out here in the ring. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Cloverbuds. Winning that class was Cully Young from the Benson Club. Second place was Ryder Fornwald. Third, Lacey Peterson. And fourth, Rowdy Peterson. Next up is junior showmanship. These members have placed first and second in their achievement days and earned the right to compete at regionals. So we are looking for Lakenshire, Leland Fornwald, Daniel Sinclair, Brooke Tanner, Abigail Jutras, Audrey Jutras, Clara Sinclair, and Trip Tanner. This is your class of junior showmanship. Judge Steranko will be picking a top five. Top five.
closer to me. My love is just like the ocean, it pulls you further from the shore. Is this what you wanted? It's time to waste it. Love is chasing you. It's time to waste it. Love is chasing you.
Really good display of professional showmanship from end to end in our junior division, and I know this is a small snapshot, but a lot of these members have been in the ring at least once, if not twice already. So I think we have a pretty good idea of their abilities by now, and the young lady that comes out at first has really just been doing a professional job all day. I like how quickly and efficiently she's able to set her animal up, and that she's always mindful of her own posture while she does it, and is able to blend the two and keep an eye on both at all times is extremely good and extremely professional. And likewise to the young lady in second, really like the job you've been doing all day. You have your animal set up properly and quickly and efficiently, and you're able to handle her around the ring very confidently. One piece of advice I would give you is don't be afraid to just choke up on the show halter just ever so slightly and hold her just a little bit closer to her face. It'll give you a little bit more control to be able to keep her head up, and it'll keep me from seeing your hand too far above the animal's head, which can just sometimes be a touch distracting, but really, really good job. The young lady in third with the silver calf, really like the job you've been doing all day. There were just a couple moments here at the end where maybe just had the animal just a little too tucked up. I maybe would have taken him a step ahead just to lengthen him out just ever so slightly. But again, really, really like the confidence that you've had, and really like that you didn't get yourself buried into a hole there right at the end when you definitely could have, that you took the time to circle your animal around so that you came back into line and made sure I could see you. Really noticed that and really appreciated that, and very, very smart on your part. The young lady and young man that we have left in the ring, again, really professional job all day. Really like how calmly and efficiently you can work the ring. Maybe didn't get the animal set up quite as quickly as the showman's above you. The young lady just maybe wanted to flip those feet just a little bit. Make sure the foot closest to me, the show side, is the one that's further back. You just had them flipped a couple times, and the young man, again, just really good job. Just maybe not set up quite as quickly as the competitors ahead of you, but really, really good job. Just as a whole for the rest of the class, and really something I've noticed for really all day here, so don't think it's just this class that I want to pick on, but just the day as a whole, really make sure you're considerate of the space that you give not only yourself but your fellow exhibitors. I think we've been playing bumper cows a little bit today, and I know and I fully understand that animals don't always want to cooperate, and we can only do so much to be able to make them go where we want to, and when they get it in their head, it's hard to stop them. But I've noticed a few times we've really been crowding other exhibitors. So just in future classes and future shows and practice, please make sure of that you're aware of your surroundings and where you are in the ring. It's respectful to your other fellow competitors and allows me to be able to get a better look at the animals, and just makes the show run more efficiently. So just a general comment for everybody, and something I've noticed today to keep in mind of. But excellent job in our junior showmanship.
Thank you, Katie. Winning junior showmanship, first place was Abigail Jutras. Second place, Brooke Tanner. Third, Leland Formwald. Fourth, Audrey Jutras. And fifth place, Trip Tanner. Congratulations. Intermediate showmanship and in the ring, we have Peyton Adderley, Andrew Fleck, Reese Erdman, Lexus Ziegel-Gansberger, and Haley Peterson.
They say it's coming any day, and we're all gone the other way. Gonna live as long as I.
For whatever reason, I've always found this age division of showmanship to always be one of the toughest and where the competition is tightest, and this being no exception. I think this group, it's splitting hairs in between them, and particularly our top two here. It's really subtle and maybe in the grand scheme of things, minute differences between the two of them, but that's really just because they both do such a professional job and have done so all day. Both, it's clear they've done so much work with their animals that they're able to set them up so quickly, efficiently, and when we ask them to go around the ring, that they're able to handle them so confidently, I think is just a testament to the amount of work that's been done. And in saying that, they themselves are both conscious of their own posture and presence in the ring, and it really does draw your eye to them, which really is what showmanship is all about. And the young lady that wins it really has done it in this class and has been doing it all day. She's always has her heifer giving a good look every time you look at the two of them, and she herself does draw your eye so much. So really excellent professional job. The young lady in second, I echo those same comments. When the heifer went to pee in the ring, you took her for a lap around, which is exactly what I do. It's smart. It lets them settle back in as opposed to trying to loin them with your stick and set their top again when it never really looks as good as it would if you took them for a walk around. So really good job there. The only thing that put you into second is there at the end. When she kicked at a fly or whatever it was and wasn't set up, you took her for a lap around while I was looking at her, where there was maybe a bit of room where we could have just pulled her a step or two ahead to get her set up again, and that's the only thing I'd be conscious of. It's never a bad thing to take them for a small lap around the ring to get them set up, but we just want to be conscious that that the only view I get isn't us circling around the ring. Just a minor thing in what's been a really good job done all day. The young lady in third, again, excellent job out here in the ring. A calm demeanor, handles her animal very confidently. And again, it's a minute thing that gets her down into third place just because the competition has been so tight. There at the end, the same thing. The steer kicked at a fly and maybe could have adjusted his legs and set him up a little bit more quickly while I was looking right at you. But again, a minute thing in what's been a really confident job done all day. The two young members that we have to round us out, again, awesome professional job all day. The only two comments I would give you is just make sure to get the animal set up quickly while I'm there looking at them. It's always the time to make sure that you're giving me the best view of your animals. And again, to echo my comments from earlier, just make sure we're aware of our spacing in the ring. I know the young man with the Hereford heifer maybe crowded the exhibitor in front of him just a touch when we first pulled into line, but again, it's minor differences that separate us, so just some things to consider. Really excellent job done here in this division.
Thank you, Katie. Top showman in the intermediate division was Lexus Siegel-Gansberger. In second place, Reese Erdman. Third, Peyton Adderley. Fourth, Haley Peterson. And fifth, Andrew Fleck. Well done, you guys. Senior showmanship, you're up. Entering the ring is Rowan Shire, Brendan Lishka, Slade Erdman, Sierra Manti, Caleb Van de Woestijn, Aiden Tanner, Turner Peterson, and Cale Hellstrom.
Pull apart my ribs and plant your heart inside my chest. I'll do the rest. Show you what it means to believe. Feel it in your heart and burn like the sun. You'll see me. if I don't have love? What will I be? Oh, and if I'm not your love, I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about every what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time and forget about every what we found. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about every what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time.
Yes, then there'll just be the overall show.
Once again, really good job in our senior showmanship division from end to end. I know showmanship comments can tend to be a little bit repetitive, at least I find that with myself. But really, to echo what I've said in previous classes, I think the young lady that comes out on top here really combines the efficiency with which she sets her animal up with always keeping in mind her own posture out here in the ring. And like I said, it hasn't just been the snapshot here in this class. She's done so all day. Her showmanship style really draws your eye, and in doing that, once you look at the animal, she always has him set up as best she can and to show him off. So really, really good job out here. Our second and third place showmanship exhibitors are who I was talking about when I said it must be a long day with the amount of work they've done with some of the younger junior members. So really that hasn't gone unnoticed, and that's not why you're in the position that you are. I just wanted to make special note of that because I think it does contribute a little bit to the whole showmanship aspect of things. But the young man we have in second again has just done such a calm and professional job all day. Always has his animal set up quickly and efficiently, and has a calm demeanor about the ring, which definitely translates to how well he's able to show off his own animals and help out some of the younger exhibitors. So really, really good job there. And likewise with the young man we have in third, a really calm demeanor out here in the ring, which definitely goes a long way, and always has the animal set up quickly and efficiently. The only suggestion I would have is sometimes in class the animal is starting to lift his tail ever so slightly. That's where I would just take the extra step to take your stick and put it down. But again, that's poking holes on what's been a really, really good job all day. the two exhibitors we have to round us out here, again, really good job out here in the ring. How efficiently and professionally you're able to exhibit your animal goes a long way. The only couple things were maybe the odd time it wasn't set up as 100% perfectly. Just to always be keeping an eye on where the feet are set. There were a couple instances where maybe the head was starting to just get a little bit lower, which I know it's been a long day, so I don't want to rag too hard on that. But just a couple things to keep in mind on what's been a really good job of senior showmanship. And to those exhibitors remaining, really good job out here. Just to bear in mind our spacing throughout the ring, giving everybody in the ring lots of room. When we go to circle the animal, we never want to get in anybody's way in doing so. Just a couple things to consider out here in the ring, but really good job.
For this last one, do you want to pick overall and then just let me know?
Thank you, Katie. Winning senior showmanship. First place was Rowan Shire. Second place, Brendan Lishka. Third, Turner Peterson. Fourth, Sierra Manti. And fifth, Kale Hillstrom. Well done, you guys. Now we're looking for our top showman of the day. This will be the last class. Probably one of the most important ones. From the junior division, Abigail Hillstrom. Jutras. Sorry, you'll always be a Hillstrom in my book. Jutras. Abigail Jutras. I'm sorry, Abby. Second place. In the intermediate, Lexus Ziegel-Gansberger. And winning the senior division, Rowan Shire.
Let me tell you a little something about me. When it's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam.
For those members who are wanting to know what they need to do to learn more about showmanship or what they can do different, watch these three young ladies. This is how you do it. This is how you get to the top. Maybe it's a good time to thank our ringmen again today, Bryler Flanken, Declan Allen, and Bryn Chapman. Thank you, three members from out of the district to come and help ring our show today. And let's show some appreciation for them taking their time to help us out. I'd also like to thank Glenn Gress, who kept things moving in the back here. Him and his crew had everything in order and on time, so I appreciate that. Nothing worse than a show that drags out. And Glenn, you kept running it smooth. Thank you. And Lisa, let's not forget our judge, Katie Sarienko, did a fantastic job here today. She had some quality cattle to sort through, and I hope she leaves Estevan with a good taste. Thanks, Katie.
Wes has sure been making a lot of good points up there on the mic, and the first one is definitely leaving Estevan with a good case. This has been such a fun day from the female show, to steers all the way to showmanship. It's been exceptional, the quality all day, not just in terms of cattle, but in terms of talent of the kids. I know that getting to this point isn't easy. The amount of work of having cattle at home and on feed and trying to work hair and trying to gentle them so that they'll behave at the regional is no small feat. And being out at the regional, they get to be long, hot days for sure. But I hope that all of the junior members consider them rewarding days. I was just talking to Keegan with DLMS at the side and talking about Calgary, and he asked if do you miss showing steers, and at the time when I finished, I was like, I can't wait to not have a steer at home that I have to rinse every day. And now that I've been out of this for so long, I'm like, all I want to do at home is have a steer that I can rinse. So I know that these get to be long days, but I promise you'll look back on them and find them super rewarding. And I don't want to get too long-winded out here, but it sure has been a fun day, and I thank the Estevan Regional for having me out here. It's nice to be able to get out to shows like this and see the passion from youth in agriculture is definitely a heartwarming feeling, and it's a lot of fun for me to be able to come out and evaluate a set as strong as this. And again, another point Wes made is that the ladies out here in the ring is who any junior member wants to look to for what to do out here in the ring, and that can't ring more true. The amount of talent in the showmanship division as a whole has been exceptional. The professional and calm demeanor of these kids goes a long way. So again, I just want to say thank you for having me out to evaluate the show here today. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope everybody else had a lot of fun here at the regional as well. And I'll end it with picking my two showmanship champions. Thank you again.
There's your top showman for the Estevan 4-H Regional, Lexus Sigel-Gansberger from the Benson Beef Club. And runner-up was Rowan Shire from Steelman. Congratulations, ladies. Awesome job. Abigail Hillstrom, Jutras, whatever you want to call yourself, you'll have your turn. Make sure to be back here at 4 o'clock for the awards presentation and the sales at 6 p.m. right here in this ring, conducted by Mac Auction, and DLMS is on site. Thank you. See you all later.